and I have never agreed on anything, Acting Chief Justice. On this one, we agree.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Pretorius.
In your recent answer, Mr. President, you raised the issue of international practice. May well be, for example, the example that springs to mind is the appointment of the Supreme Court in the United States of America.
Yes.
The point, I think, is that our Constitution demands the highest standards, even compared to international jurisdictions.
Indeed.
And it is those standards that we apply here. But in relation to constitutionality of the deployment policy and practice, the Chair will decide. It's a legal question ultimately that I'm not sure should be debated. But would you concede that loyalty to the party or party membership should never be a determining factor in appointment to public office?
Yes, I would say that. And even this decision that was taken by the party at its conference was that we should lay more emphasis on capacity, professionalism, and also non-partisanship. Because that is the best way any civil servant would be able to serve the people of South Africa. So, yes, I would.
And one is conscious, of course, of evidence in relation to loyalty or party loyalty, again in relation to appointments to public office, that has been given by the former president, but that's a matter of record. I needn't debate that with you. If I may go to the second issue, unfortunately, briefly, and that is the question of discipline and accountability. You gave quite stark evidence last time around, Mr. President, in relation to corruption within the ranks of the ruling party and its prevalence over a period of over 20 years. That's a matter of record. I'm going to go back there. But there are two issues arising out of that evidence. The one is specificity, and the second is accountability. In relation to specificity, the chairperson did ask last time round. The chairperson said, I would like you to identify the actual areas where you say as a party we have done our homework. We think this is where we did not do what we were supposed to do properly. This is where we did something we should not have done. So we identify exactly areas where as a party you say, yeah, we did not do things the way we should have, and we acknowledge. And the point of that question is highlighted by the chair when he says, then one can look at what should be put in place for the future so that there is no repeat. And that's been partly discussed now in relation to the issue of transparency. And perhaps in relation to specificity, we can talk more tomorrow when give evidence in the capacity as your role as president, because there are certain issues that must be discussed in that regard. But again, we asked for documents. We requested the ANC disciplinary records, and what we received were records of the ANC's National Disciplinary Committee and the National Disciplinary Committee of Appeal for the period 2014 to 2021. And although there are occasions when party members are disciplined for a range of internal party matters, we did not find in those documents a single case of an ANC member being disciplined in relation to corruption in those documents. Now, given the prevalence of corruption, which has been conceded, and given the period of time over which this corruption has been identified, since the 1990s, to date, not to 2017, 2018, to date, is it not a matter of concern that the party has not generally, there may be single exceptions, generally called to account in the context of the party itself, people found guilty, accused of corruption? It's a matter of concern, I put it.
Yes, it is a matter of concern. It is a matter that I sought to address in my appearance here. And I did say that there has been contestation within the party on a number of matters, but especially this one. And in that regard, I did concede that the party, for the most part, did not really live up to the value system that is the bedrock of its existence, which was put in place by the founding fathers and mothers of the organization, and that in latter days there was a lapse. And in addressing my letter as president of the ANC to members, I did decry this, and I raised it. And it is on issues of dealing with corruption that I said we must draw a line in the sand. We must now decide as the ANC that we are now going to take the issue of corruption seriously. And the diagnostic report that was tabled at our 54th conference also speaks to this. The renewal process that we've been involved in, that we are involved in now, also talks to this. Yes, there have been some cases which may not have surfaced at the level of the NDC and NDCA, where, yes, discipline was taken on corruption matters, but they have not been as robust as they should be, and they have not been as overarching as they should be. But we have now said we've drawn a line in the sand, and with the resolutions that were taken at the 54th conference, much as there's been contestation within the party itself, the membership has embraced this, and the issue of discipline and accountability is being taken up much more seriously. And we as a party have also realized what our lackadaisical approach to this has meant to the party in terms of support, because our surveys, our research has told us that people, ordinary people, abhor corruption, and they've not always seen the ANC as taking action against those in its own ranks who have been involved in corrupt acts. But now the game has changed. The line has been drawn in the sand, and the ANC is saying that we are renewing ourselves. And we are, Chairperson, possibly the only party in the land which has borne its own chests and said that we are prepared to hang out our linen in the open, and now, having drawn the line in the sand, we are going now to be very serious about dealing with corruption, because we've realized that corruption actually militates against the interests of our people. You may well say, well, why didn't you do so over a period of so many years? But it's better late than never. And in this case, we are serious about what we are saying. Thank you.
We will, thank you, Mr. President. We will deal with one pertinent series of examples in this regard, and in your deal with your capacity, or in your capacity as President of the country, but that will be tomorrow. For the moment, I must retire to the bench and the bomb squad must take over.
The bomb squad.
The three other
So they have a
evidence
bomb squad.
leaders.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sure they'll be very gentle. May we take 5 minutes for the changeover?
Before we do that, Mr. Pretorius, I'm not sure I understood where you would like the President to deal with that question that I'd raised with him, namely that I wanted the President to identify the areas where they say, as the party, we have reflected and we have identified that this is where we didn't do what we were supposed to do, this is where we did what we were not supposed to do. Because I did, when I looked at the affidavit that has been prepared, I didn't pick up where he deals with that. So I'm not sure whether you were suggesting that that be dealt with tomorrow. I just want to make sure.
Yes, Chair. It may disturb the order of things and the neatness of the categories that we're dealing with, but I have drawn the President's attention to the specific question you asked.
Yeah.
Perhaps we could spend some time tomorrow dealing with the direct answer so that the President can consider it.
No, that's fine. I'm quite happy for it to be dealt with tomorrow. I just want to make sure we don't forget about it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we'll deal with it
And
tomorrow.
then, Chair, of course, before my learned friends ask their questions, the President does wish to make an opening statement in relation to his capacity as President of the country.
Okay, all right. Just to make sure we are all on the same page, will your colleagues be questioning the President in his capacity as former Deputy President of the country and current President of the country?
Yes, Chair.
Or not for the party?
As I said, there may be some grey areas,
Yeah,
but they are minor in
Yes.
quantity.
No, that's
and
fine.
it's, as you stated, President of the country and Deputy President of the country.
Okay, no, that's fine. Let's take then about 5 minutes to enable whatever logistical arrangements need to be made. I intend that we take a tea break, our tea break at normal time, which is 11:15. So that will be 15 minutes. That is at 11:15. For now, we are looking at 5 minutes or so. Okay, we adjourn. I understand, Mr. Selega, that I need to allow the President to make a statement first before you can ask any questions.
Yes, Chair.
Mr. President, you may make your statement.
Thank you, Chairperson. I welcome this opportunity to address you as I now appear before you in my capacity as the former Deputy President of the Republic, as well as that is the former Deputy President from May 2014 to February 2018. And in the statement that I have submitted to the Commission, I outlined the roles and the responsibilities of the Deputy President and my knowledge of matters under consideration by the Commission. I'm also here, Chairperson, in my capacity as the President of the Republic of South Africa from February 2018, having taken office soon after the establishment of the Commission. While the Commission is tasked to investigate and report on events that took place before I assumed office of President, I describe in my statement some of the measures taken to right the wrongs of state capture, of the state capture period, in the hope that it may be of value to the Commission. My approach is informed by an understanding that the Commission is meant to focus on establishing the veracity of specific instances of alleged state capture and identify the systemic weaknesses in state institutions that allowed state capture to occur. Chairperson, in my statement, I outline when I became aware of the nature and extent of state capture. It is important to note that few people, even at the best of times, have had line of sight of everything taking place in the state. And that happens to be the case even today. And this, Chairperson, applies even to members of Cabinet and the Deputy President, particularly with respect to activities that were deliberately hidden from view. Many of the incidents of corruption that would in time be described as state capture became known to me as they did to the general public through the work of journalists, civil society organizations, and institutions such as the Public Protector and Auditor General. Reports of court cases and disciplinary proceedings, together with the commendable work of investigative journalists and whistleblowers, did help to give insight into corruption in both government and in the private sector. As it became increasingly clearer through the so-called Gupta leaks and other revelations that a network of individuals was seemingly colluding with a number of people in government to occupy key positions and capture key institutions, the question that arose was how best one should respond to all this. I guess, Chairperson, this was a question that not only I myself had to grapple with, but also other members of the executive who were deeply concerned about these developments as they saw them unfolding. In my case, and I guess it also affected a number of other people, I would say I had 5 options. The first option for me was to resign. The second would have been to speak out And the third would have been to acquiesce and abet and just go along. And the fourth would have been to keep quiet and remain silent. And the fifth option would have been to remain, but to resist, hoping that we can turn things around. The first option for me, Chairperson, that was available to me was to resign from the executive. While I would have earned quite a lot of praise from many quarters, this action of resignation would have significantly impaired my ability to contribute to bring about what I would call an end to state capture. It would have caught the big headlines, newspapers, and that would have been the end of it. Had I and like-minded individuals resigned from the executive, we would have had no ability to resist some of the excesses that were taking place. And there was a clear danger that without some measure of resistance, there would have been even fewer impediments to the unfettered expansion of the state capture project. It was also important to pursue and sustain the many government programs that were vital to the transformation of our society and the improvement of our people's lives. The second option was for me to be more confrontational, to speak out publicly against certain decisions or actions of the government as they were happening in that captured way. While there were instances where I did make public statements, there was also a limit to how confrontational one could be in the position that I held. A more confrontational approach would most likely have led to my removal from office, with the same consequences as resignation, in that my ability to effect change would have been greatly constrained, if not brought to an end. The third option was to acquiesce and thereby abet the committing of the misdeeds, just to go along and be part of it all. This I would not and could not do. It would have been a violation of my principles and a profound betrayal of my responsibility to the government, my own organization, and the people of South Africa. The fourth option available to me was to remain in my position as Deputy President and keep silent. This may have been the easier path, but it was, in my view, not much different from acquiescing and going along. The final option for me, which is what I chose, was to remain in my position as Deputy President, not to resign, not to acquiesce and go along and join in, or not to be confrontational, but to work with others in the executive to resist the abuses and bring about change where we could, and to sustain the work of social and economic transformation. Now, this meant staying in the arena with the challenges and limitations and frustrations inherent in doing so. But it was the course of action that had the greatest likelihood of bringing state capture to an end, restoring the institutions of state, and defending our democracy. It needs to be remembered that governance is not merely a technical function. It is an inherently political function which is influenced by the dynamics and the exercise of political power. My ability and the ability of others to resist and ultimately to bring about changes that would end state capture relied to a large measure on the political balance of forces within the executive itself, within the governing party, and within society more broadly. That was among the reasons why I chose to remain in the position of Deputy President, why I worked with others through the democratic process to shift the balance of forces, and why ultimately I agreed also to make myself available for the position of the President of the African National Congress at its 54th National Conference in December 2017. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, I'm certain that this was the necessary and correct course of action that I took. Others may not agree, but for me, this was the better and the best course of action that I could take. Fundamentally, this approach enabled the far-reaching changes the country has gone through over the past 3 years, including the disruption of state capture project and the rebuilding of damaged institutions. It was also possible through this approach to resist some of the more egregious and obvious abuses of power. And maybe one will cite just a few. For instance, the replacement of Mr. Nhlanhla Nene as Minister of Finance with Mr. Des van Rooyen provides a useful illustration of this. On the evening of 9th December 2015, former President Zuma announced the removal of Mr. Nene and the appointment of Mr. van Rooyen. This had an immediate impact on the financial markets. Shortly after Mr. van Rooyen was sworn in, the Director General of Treasury, Mr. Lungisa Fuzile, asked to meet me urgently. He expressed grave concern based on his interaction with the new minister and his advisors. Great concern about the impact this development would have on the ability of National Treasury to properly exercise its function. Concerned by what I considered the capture of National Treasury, because to me, the capture of National Treasury was almost the final culmination of state capture, because you capture National Treasury, then you've basically captured the entire state, because that is where the money is, that is where it is controlled. And after having that meeting with the then Director General, who described to me in fairly graphic terms how he feared that now National Treasury had been captured, I also got concerned. I immediately contacted the then and now ANC Deputy Secretary General, Jessie Duarte, and indicated in a meeting with her that this is what had happened, and I was now really concerned that state capture had reached this level. And I said to her that I would resign my position, Deputy President of the Republic, and I believe that that message was conveyed to the then President. And maybe that would have raised a concern, I don't know. Then there was a flurry of consultations that involved some of the ANC officials expressing disquiet about the appointment of Mr. Des van Rooyen, the then ANC Secretary General Gwede Mantashe, Ms. Duarte and myself urged the President to appoint another person as the Finance Minister because the reaction in the financial markets was turning to be quite horrific. And it is then that we urged that he should appoint Mr. Pravin Gordhan to calm the markets and also for me to remove the specter that I saw of state capturing treasury. I believe the decision by President Zuma to replace Mr. Van Rooyen with Mr. Gordhan was critical in preventing further damage to the economy and safeguarding the integrity of national treasury. And there were other instances which I detail in my statement where it was necessary to make public statements on decisions which are considered contrary to national interest. One such instance was the removal of Mr. Gordhan and Mr. Mcebisi Jonas as Minister and Deputy Minister of Finance, respectively, on 30th March 2017. At the meeting, when former President Zuma informed the ANC officials of his decision, I raised my concern that the Minister and Deputy Minister were being removed on the basis of unsubstantiated intelligence reports. And I told the former President that I disagreed with his reasons, and that when asked, as I expected I would be asked by the media and other people, I would publicly state my objection. And I said that to him up front, and as did other officials who also spoke out. While I reiterated that the President has the constitutional prerogative in terms of our Constitution to appoint and dismiss members of the Cabinet, I felt it was necessary to speak out, especially because of the serious consequences this decision would have on our economy and on our country. Since assuming the office of President in 2018 February, the government that I lead has undertaken several measures to end state capture, to rebuild damaged institutions, and to foster a culture of ethical public service and accountability. In the main, the measures have aimed at changing the way the Cabinet functions, strengthening institutions that had been captured, starting with changes in the leadership of some of these institutions, changing the way in which our state-owned enterprises also work, and the way they were managed and overseen by government as shareholder, and making necessary policy decisions to address shortcomings and to reinforce oversight. One of the critical projects currently underway to strengthen the state involves the professionalization of the public service. Now, this aims to ensure that the public service is shorn of political partisanship and that the most qualified individuals enter its ranks. This is a very current development that we're fostering. As this commission has heard, law enforcement agencies were deliberately weakened to limit their ability to act against those involved in corruption and state capture. It has therefore been a priority and remains an ongoing task of the administration I lead to rebuild and to restore the integrity of these institutions. I therefore decided that the appointment, for instance, of the new National Director of Public Prosecutions should be undertaken through a public and transparent process. This was the first time an NDPP was appointed in such a manner which did much to restore the confidence of South Africans in the institution. We have established the Investigating Directorate in the Office of the NDPP to work on the high-profile complex cases of corruption and fraud. Its members have unique expertise in this field, and it has shown this entity the capacity to speed up investigations and see prosecutions do take place. The NPA has started to make significant strides in combating corruption, and I'm confident that it will continue to do so. In May 2018, I established the Nugent Commission of Inquiry to investigate governance failures at SARS and to propose ways to restore confidence of taxpayers. Its recommendations are now being implemented to redress the wrongs of the past and to ensure that SARS never again falls prey to the improper motives of a privileged few. The impact of this work is already evident at SARS. Other areas of progress include the work with the NPA's Asset Forfeiture Unit, the work that it has done to recover the proceeds of economic crimes, recapacitating the NPA with more qualified personnel, and changes in the leadership of entities such as the Public Investment Corporation. Chairperson, this has been supplemented by the work of the Fusion Center, where all relevant law enforcement entities share information and support each other in investigating these kinds of corruption. Discussion of how to institutionalize this form of cooperation are now underway. The SIU Tribunal started its work in October 2019, and since it started its work has shown its value in recouping monies wrongfully taken from state coffers. As has been made plain in this commission, our intelligence services are in dire need of attention. To this end, the implementation of the recommendation of the high-level review panel, which was chaired by Dr. Sidney Mufamadi, is at an advanced stage. I'm assured by the leadership of the relevant agencies that illegal operations identified both by the panel report and the investigations conducted by state security agency leadership are being identified, and they're also being terminated. The investigations continue on these and other wrongs within the SSA and in collaboration with law enforcement agencies. Covert activities are now subject to scrutiny by the Auditor General, something that we welcome. Late in December 2019, I also reconstituted the National Security Council, which is chaired by the President to ensure better coordination of intelligence and security-related functions of the state. Political responsibility of the State Security Agency now resides in the Presidency, and deliberations continue on the panel's recommendations to split up the SSA into distinct domestic and foreign intelligence services. Government envisages a fundamental overhaul of state-owned enterprises model that addresses not only the deficiencies that permitted widespread corruption, but that also enables these companies to effectively fulfill their social and economic mandates in a sustainable manner. To this end, Cabinet has established the Presidential State-Owned Enterprise Council to reposition our SOEs as effective instruments of economic development through stronger oversight and strategic management. Government is working towards an SOE ownership model that clearly separates the responsibility of ownership, policy development, and regulation. Effective ownership will become more centralized to enable greater transparency, accountability, and oversight, and subject all strategic SOEs to more rigorous requirements for financial as well as operational performance. We are implementing standard guidelines on the appointment and remuneration of SOE boards and executives that prioritize the recruitment and retention of the appropriate skills and experience and competencies that we need in these bodies. This includes a clear delineation of authority and responsibility between elected public officials, non-executive directors, as well as executive leadership. Chairperson, we are working to ensure the rigorous implementation of controls over the use of public money as the best way to protect the abuse of these funds. The National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which was developed together with the representatives from business, trade unions, academia, and civil society, including religious organizations, was approved by Cabinet. The Health Sector Anti-Corruption Forum, which was launched in September 2019, is a critical element of our fight against corruption also. Now, legislative changes have been made and others are underway to fight corruption and reduce the likelihood of a recurrence of state capture. Now, the amendment of the Public Audit Act is a good demonstration of this, to give the Auditor General more power. Now, this is a significant step in the fight against state capture as it targets the perpetrators of fraud and theft. Now, another set of powerful measures to prevent corruption and state capture include changes in the way that the public service is managed. Critical sections of the Public Administration Management Act have now commenced. These include the prohibition of all public service employees conducting business with the state, the development of norms and standards of integrity, ethics, and discipline in the public service, and the establishment of the Office of Standards and Compliance. Further sections will be commencing this year, and legislation meant to entrench greater checks and balances in public procurement is in the pipeline and will be finalized as soon as possible. Now, Chairperson, the Commission has asked me to address several other matters, including allegations made by witnesses against me before this Commission. These are addressed in detail in the statement that I have submitted to the Commission. There is one particular issue on which I wish to comment now, since it has received such widespread attention and can easily be disposed of. This relates to the allegations made by Mr. Brian Molefe and Mr. Machela Koko in relation to the stake that I held in Optimum Mine prior to my entry into government and my later responsibilities in respect of the ESCOM war room. While I was in business, I participated in a commercial consortium with Glencore in the acquisition of Optimum Holding, which acquisition was concluded in June 2012. I acquired an effective 9.64% shareholding in Optimum Holdings and became a non-executive chairperson of Optimum Holdings. In that role, chairperson, I had no operational involvement in Optimum Holdings or Optimum Mine. I was non-executive chairperson. Following my election as ANC Deputy President in December of 2012, I initiated a review of my business interests to avoid potential conflict. As part of this process, on the 6th of June 2013, I resigned as a director of Optimum Holdings, and on the 22nd of May 2014, I disposed of my shareholding in Optimum Holdings ahead of my appointment as Deputy President of the Republic. I had no further involvement or interest in Optimum after that point. In December 2014, President Zuma assigned to me the responsibility to oversee efforts to turn around several SOEs that were in dire straits. I was asked to give guidance and direction to existing governing structures, focusing on the unique challenges of each structure. As is apparent now, this work required collective commitment by all governance structures and was a long-term endeavor. Only recently have we started to truly make progress on the challenges that a number of state-owned enterprises have been facing, such as SAA, ESCOM, and other SOEs. As part of this responsibility, I chaired an interministerial committee on resolving the country's severe energy challenges. This IMC exercised political responsibility for the ESCOM Technical War Room, which was set up to support the implementation of the 5-point action plan, which we can talk about, adopted by the Cabinet to address the electricity. The War Room was under the day-to-day direction of deputy ministers of relevant departments and comprised representatives of ESCOM and relevant departments. I was not a member of the Technical War Room. In response to the allegations made on this matter, it's necessary that I point out the following issues. First, my acquisition of shares in Optimum Holdings was a straightforward commercial transaction done in accordance with the regulations of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Second, as non-executive chairperson of Optimum Holdings, I was not involved in operational matters of subsidiary companies, including contractual matters between, for instance, ESCOM and Optimum Mine. In Chairperson S, I acted in a number of instances in boards of various companies as chairperson. I made it a point that as non-executive chairperson on various boards I said, not to get involved in operational matters and not to get involved in contractual matters. To a point where in those roles I never knew what the procurement processes in those companies were, and I actually regarded that as a no limit, that I should never even participate in that. And I kept to that type of protocol throughout. The third one, by the time President Zuma assigned certain ESCOM-related matters to me in December 2014, I had disposed of my shareholding in Optimum Holdings and had no other business interests in mining and energy. Fourth, as is evident from the documents provided to the Commission with my statement, the ESCOM Technical War Room was not involved in ESCOM management or operational issues. I had no interest nor any opportunity to influence ESCOM's decision-making process in matters pertaining to Optimum. Finally, I turn to Mr. Koko's allegation, which was also widely publicized, that I improperly interfered to procure his dismissal from ESCOM in January 2018. As I detailed in my statement to the Commission, ESCOM was in a severe crisis at the time. Its domestic and international lenders were threatening to call on their loans, that is repayment, in part because of concerns about Eskom's leadership and its reaction to allegations of corruption. Eskom's predicament threatened its very existence as a going concern. It also threatened the country's sovereign rating and the country's ability to access much-needed lines of credit. An urgent meeting was held at the President's official residence on the 19th of January 2018, attended by President Zuma, Ministers Brown and Gigaba, and myself. The meeting resolved that urgent action was necessary to avert a national disaster and to restore Eskom's credibility and to instill confidence in Eskom. This would require changes to Eskom's board and its leadership. The board would further be directed to remove all Eskom executives facing allegations of corruption and other acts of impropriety, including Mr. Koko. Mr. Koko contends that his removal was an instance of unlawful interference in Eskom's affairs, executive overreach, but he also adds state capture. The suggestion that government cannot lawfully intervene in Eskom's affairs, even to avert a crisis, is completely incorrect. Government is Eskom's sole shareholder, and Eskom's Memorandum of Incorporation states that the shareholder may direct the company to take action specified by the shareholder if the company is in financial difficulty or is being mismanaged. The remedial measures thus fell substantively within the shareholders' powers as contemplated in Eskom's Memorandum of Incorporation. The mere fact that Mr. Koko was removed does not mean that his removal was intended to achieve corrupt ends or somehow to end up with the capture of Eskom. Chairperson, many people sacrificed their lives in the fight to end apartheid and to bring us to the new constitutional dispensation. When we dishonor the Constitution and we dishonor its principles and values, we dishonor those people who lost their lives as well. Since state capture is an assault, this is addressed in part by the public nature of this Commission's work. But the hard work will begin after this Commission has finalized its hearings and submitted its report. There will be, Chairperson, a need for a partnership between citizens and all branches of the state to ensure faith is restored in our institutions and in our democracy. Putting an end to state capture will enable the state to focus its efforts and resources more effectively on the provision of public services, which is critical to the transformation and development of our society. It is worth highlighting that many of our critical institutions continued to work as they needed to and as provided for in the Constitution throughout this period as well. Now, despite the damage that has been done by state capture to public institutions during this time and the resulting impact on the provision of services, the reality is that the work of government, yes, did continue, and progress has been achieved in a number of areas. This was due in part to the efforts of committed, capable, and ethical public servants and public representatives. Now, the road from the period of state capture will be long. Every measure we have instituted has taken time, and it has led to a lot of frustration as delays have led people to lose hope and faith, but it has required time and effort. And I believe, Chairperson, that we will not and we cannot relent. We've got to succeed in the task that your commission is also involved in, that we should restore the credibility of the institutions of our country and indeed repair the damage that was done to our democracy. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had said earlier that we would take the normal tea break at 11:15. I see it's 25 past. Maybe we should take it, but I'm just concerned about the time we may be losing as well. Mr. Pretorius suggests 10 minutes. Okay, maybe we should take a break and the President can get time for his tea as well. Okay, well, sometimes when we say 10 minutes, it ends up not being helpful because maybe it's just too little a time. Look, it's about 22 minutes past. Let's come back at 25 to. So we'll adjourn to enable to have the tea break. We adjourn. continue. Our 12 minutes took much longer. Has the issue of stopping time been discussed? You know, Mr. Salega?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, so maybe during the lunch it could be discussed so that when we return after lunch I can be told, because we have lost quite some time. It would be good if the President is able to go beyond 4 o'clock. But I think also the evidence leaders maybe can arrange themselves in such a way that when one finishes and another one must take over, we can do that without a break, because the breaks seem to take longer than we would like. So if maybe the evidence leaders can work on that if possible, so that as one leaves the podium, another can come in without us needing to take a break if possible. Okay, all right.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, Mr. Salega is going to question you on ESCOM-related matters.
Indeed, sir. Thank you. Pleased to meet you, Mr. President. Chair, just housekeeping quickly. The affidavit of Mr. President related, the second affidavit relating to the matters we are about to traverse, maybe should be admitted as an exhibit. That affidavit is in bundle 3, Mr. President. I would ask you to go to page 6 of that bundle 3. And we're using the black pagination at the top left-hand corner. So on page 6 is you find the first, it's a cover page with the index, and between the trend lines is written a statement by the President of the Republic of South Africa, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. You see that, Mr. President?
I've got the statement, yes.
It actually starts at page 8. It is just the index that comes before that.
Yes. And then it goes all the way to page 143. And on page 143, it's a signature above your name. Do you confirm that to be your signature, Mr. President?
Yes, it is.
And then the affidavit is commissioned. I see there's no handwriting of the date, but the stamped date is 24 May 2021. Confirm that to be the date when you signed your statement?
Yes,
Mr. President. And do you confirm then the contents of your affidavit is true and correct? Yes. Thank you.
And I think that was true soft.
Oh,
yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Chairperson, may I then beg leave to have, it's actually an affidavit, I know it's titled a statement. The affidavit of Mr. President, starting from page 8 of the bundle to page 143, together with the annexures thereto, admitted as exhibit B 3.1.
The affidavit of President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa that starts at page 8 of bundle 3 is admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit B 3.4.
Thank you.
You said 3.4, not 3.1?
3.1.
3.1.
Yes.
Correction, 3.1. Okay. You may continue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just by way of introduction and for the benefit of Mr. President. Mr. President, the intention was to lead your evidence in respect of 4 items in relation to ESCOM. One is the war room and the establishment of the war room, the purpose for the war room, and in relation to that is the allegations you have addressed in regard to Mr. Brian Molefe. The second issue it relates to the secondment of Mr. Molefe and Mr. Arnold Singh to ESCOM and the role that would have been played by the ANC Deployment Committee. The third issue, which you have also touched on, are the allegations of Mr. Koko. And then, lastly, also connected to Mr. Koko and Mr. Molefe, is the allegation they make about load shedding. Essentially that it was when you got appointed that load shedding came back in the country. So let's start with the war room. And I'll keep my eye on the time. Pace ourselves. I know that you do deal with the war room in your affidavit, Mr. President, but maybe you could explain to the chairperson, as I have also seen that you endeavor to distinguish between the war room, the technical war room on the one hand, and the IMC on the other, and it fails to clear the confusion you say existed between the two and the role that you played in relation to the two. You could just, in summary, deal with that.
Okay. Well, then, the IMC was set up, really. And IMC is an interministerial body, which I, as Deputy President, was then delegated to lead. It largely dealt with more broader strategic issues, but also had to deal with the challenges that ESCOM was going through at a very broad strategic level. The war room itself, called it the technical war room, which was largely overseen by deputy ministers and my then chief of staff, Mr. Busani Ngaweni, was the key coordinator, and it was housed at the union buildings. It was composed of your more technically inclined people who did the work, and it also had people from ESCOM itself. And it got involved in the more operational issues, which I, as an oversight person, did not get involved in. And all I ever really got were reports on an ongoing basis. And for the most part, they also dealt with what we had dubbed as the 5-point plan. The 5-point plan that dealt with issues of ensuring, and I would call it now in the statement, that ensured issues of how best we could increase the capacity of ESCOM and be able to get more generation that would also include the conversion of some of the power stations to gas, as we were already seeing the challenge that ESCOM was having in relation to the breakage of a number of power stations due to lack of maintenance, but it also had to deal with the maintenance program, how that maintenance program would need to be overseen. So that is the type of work that the technical war room did. So the distinction between the two was the IMC more strategic matters, of broad nature, and the technical war room of the real technical issues that needed to be dealt with. That's the extent to which those two entities work.
Yeah. I listened during your opening speech, Mr. President, that you described yourself as the chairperson of the IMC, but that you were not the chairperson of the technical war room. So, what was your role in relation, if at all, in relation to the technical war room? Now, I beg your pardon, I'm asking that question because you would have heard Mr. Koko, Mr. Molefe have alleged that you were the chairperson of the war room. Maybe you could explain that position.
Well, I think there's a confusion, and that's why in my opening statement I sought to verify. There would be, for those who are possibly not within the bowels of government at, say, the union buildings level or cabinet level, that confusion could be there. I did play an oversight role also in the war room as I periodically received the reports, and the fact that my chief of staff at the time, Mr. Naweni, was intricately involved in the technical war room meant that from an oversight point of view, the Deputy President, yes, sought to oversee the work. But my real key role was that of chairing the IMC. That was the key role.
Yes. Well, while we are there, let me dispose of this allegation, which was that, should I assist you with the page?
No, that's fine. Yes. Yeah.
Should I assist you with the page number?
You can?
That's on page, it starts on page 57
Yes.
of the affidavit.
Indeed.
Yes.
Are you referring to page 57 of the affidavit or page 57 of the bundle?
Okay. 57 of the bundle.
Which is the black numbers from the top left.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. President, then I wanted to dispose of this issue while we are there, which is the allegation that when you played the role that you played in relation to the technical war room, as given your either at the time previous connection with Glencore, with OCH, that you didn't allow for a cooling off period so that there can be any potentiality of conflict on your part be dissipated. And I will do this in relation to the allegations, so I'll put them to you, and you can address them to the chairperson.
Well, Chairperson, I have heard of this cooling off period process. And it's an interesting notion. I did not appoint myself. I was appointed by the President, a President to whom I had disclosed all my sort of like business dealings of the past. A President who, on assuming office, I informed, as it is expected in terms of the code of ethics, my interests, and I laid them all out, and my interests, which at the time involved my past interest in Shanduka, which through its Shanduka Resources had a shareholding in Optimum Holdings, and I had disclosed that I was disposing of all those interests, and even asked for extended time to be able to do so, which was granted. And I had also resigned from the board, as I said in my initial opening statement. So as far as I was concerned, I had distanced myself, and the President was fully aware of all these. My dealings in those two structures never revolved around issues of procurement, coal contracts, and all that. And even if by some imagination they could have, I would have recused myself immediately, because conflict of interest in my world is something that either needs to be declared or needs to be avoided. And in this regard, it had been declared, and I had completely walked away and moved away from such. So the cooling off period is an interesting notion. It's not generally, it's not been inculcated into our processes. But for me, the safeguard was having declared and having distanced myself and having been appointed by someone who knew or should have known there were enough safeguards in that regard. So I would say the allegation, in my view, falls flat because of the principles that I uphold, as well as the various actions that I had taken of resigning, of disposing, and of ensuring that I do not get involved in procurement issues.
Yes. Along with that, Mr. President, is the allegation that Glencoe / OCH, which is Optimum Coal Holdings, failed to do a due diligence at the time of acquisition of OCM. And that failure was deliberately made because Glencoe OCH knew that they could rely on your political, or on the connection they had with you as a political heavyweight to muscle Eskom into increasing the coal price once they have acquired OCM. And I'm also going to give you a chance to respond to that allegation. It's made both by Mr. Koko and by Mr. Brian Molefe. And this, according to them, on the one hand is their reliance on your connection with them, and on the other hand is you being placed in a position where you would be able to influence decision-making within ESCOM. What do you say to that allegation?
Very interesting. When I was chair of Shanduka, we decided to set up an entity called Shanduka Resources, and through that we partnered Glencore and ourselves sought to form a consortium that would acquire some resources assets. And one of those was a coal entity, which was listed and acquired some of the shares initially through the list.
Oh, I think it's back, Mr. President.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yes, okay.
So when you acquire shares of a listed entity, which may have a number of subsidiaries, what you normally do is to rely on published information, which is available to everyone. And you then buy the shares, and that's precisely how it happened. There was therefore no real need to go and do a due diligence on each of the subsidiaries, because you were acquiring an entity that's listed and you're acquiring the shares. You were not necessarily buying the assets directly. And in the case of Optimum Holdings and Optimum Mine, that's the differentiation. Optimum Mine is the subsidiary, and Optimum Holdings is the listed entity. And then an offer had to be made to the board, to the shareholders, and it was for the acquisition of the shares. And whatever you acquire the holding company, you would also consequentially be acquiring the subsidiaries, which could in some cases be many, but you rely on the published information that's available to everyone. So there was therefore no need for a due diligence because you were acquiring shares. As regards thinking that, partnering with Glencore was, they were relying on my political connections. I was in business, I was not in government, and to the extent that if they ever thought so, which they didn't, as far as I'm concerned, it was just purely a business transaction, to the extent that they could have relied on me or indeed anyone else for political connections. In my case, they would have been mistaken, because much as one would have wanted to get into the coal business, it had to be a business that is run in accordance with rules and without bringing undue influence on anyone to act against the interests of, in my case, I would say a publicly owned entity, whose interests I would always want to advance. So I refute and I deny the notion that I could have been used as a politically connected person, and I reject that outrightly.
Yes. Let me also put this statement, an allegation rather made by Mr. Ramaphosa as well, to you, Mr. President, so that you could also address it in the same context. So he says, for instance, when he arrived at ESCOM, talking of the war room, he says a de facto board of the company had been established outside of the company in the form of a war room in the presidency. Management had to report to the war room. Then Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa chaired it. This effectively made him the de facto chairperson of ESCOM and put him in a powerful position to pursue Lenko's agenda at ESCOM. Were you de facto the chairperson of ESCOM?
No. I mean, even with anybody's imagination, I could never have been ESCOM's chairperson. I was deputy president, and in that role, we were dealing with the challenges that ESCOM was facing, and I could never be that blasé as to want to advance the interests of one company that everyone could have known that I was associated with in the past, much as I had already disposed of my interests. So no, I deny I was chairman of ESCOM. Even the notion of being chairman of ESCOM is quite bizarre, because how does the deputy president become the chairman of an entity like ESCOM? It would violate every corporate governance rule. At best, what the technical war room was doing was to address the challenges that ESCOM was facing at the time, and which were clearly delineated, a task which I had been asked to undertake by none other than the President of the Republic. Thank you.
Yes, I should emphasize, Mr. President, that he underscores his allegation by saying de facto and not de jure.
Yes.
So he doesn't say legally you were, but he says factually you were. So essentially you were the chairman of the board. But I think you have addressed the
I have
question.
addressed it, yes.
Now those are the conflicts alleged in regard to yourself relative to the war room. But there's an apparent conflict now in relation, or contradiction in relation to the former president. And let's see how you comment on that one, because the IMC and the war room, as I read from your affidavit, were either one or two of them, or both of them, were established, amongst other things, to address the issue of electricity crisis in the country.
To address, sorry?
Electricity crisis
Yes.
in the country.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Cabinet had set up the structures for that purpose. But evidence has been laid before the Commission to the effect that during March 2015, because this Cabinet establishment is December 2014, but during March 2015, the then President, Mr. Jacob Zuma, is involved in a meeting in Durban at his official residence, amongst others with Ms. Dudu Mieni, Mr. Zola Tsotsi, who was the chairperson of the ESCOM board at the time. And this is one of the meetings in which a plan is conceived or maybe hatched to establish an inquiry within ESCOM and suspend the executives. This inquiry is also, amongst others, meant to address or look into the electricity crisis in Eskom. Were you aware of what I've said now? The meetings the former president would have had in Durban, where Ms. Dudu Myeni was present, Mr. Zola Tsotsi was present, and others, to discuss this very issue of the inquiry.
Well, maybe we should add, Mr. Selega, that in that meeting, another issue that was discussed was planned was the suspension of a number of executives at Eskom. And you would obviously know that at some stage they were suspended and ultimately left Eskom. So when you comment on the question, just bear in mind that this is a meeting where the president, to whom you were deputy, met with certain people in his official residence in Durban. The date was the 8th of March, 2015. And this was discussed. A number of witnesses who were present have given evidence in regard to this. Of those witnesses, only Ms. Myeni denies that the president took part in the meeting, but I think all the other witnesses say that he took part.
No, I was not aware of this meeting. Like everyone else, I got to know about the suspension of those executives, some of whom we interfaced with at the IMC, and they were suspended and they were gone. And I was not aware of the meeting and the discussions and the decision.
Would it be fair to say you would have expected to have been informed if the then president was part of discussions that would see to the suspension of executives at Eskom in the light of your role in regard to Eskom?
Yes, I was surprised that I was not brought into the loop, as it were, or informed. So it just happened, and yes.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Selega.
Thank you. So I understand, Mr. President, you to be saying to the chairperson, you had no prior knowledge of the suspensions.
None whatsoever.
After they had happened, I'm sorry, Mr. Selega, after they had happened, the suspensions, Mr. President, and maybe the removal of these executives, did the then president ever discuss with you what role, if any, he may have played and what he had known about them? Or did that never happen?
It never really was a direct type of discussion.
Okay.
So I would not be able to.
Yes. Okay, all right. Mr. Selega.
Thank you. Mr. President, I recall reading your answers to the National Assembly back in 2015, I think 18 March 2015, where your tone was rather positive about this inquiry we're talking and the suspension of the executives. You do mention it in your answer to the National Assembly. This is on the 18th of March, 7 days after the suspensions had been effected. Had you at that time decided in your mind that this was a good thing for Eskom?
The answering questions in the National Assembly, the suspensions would have happened, and that was fait accompli. It had happened, and we had to move on and move ahead. So I'm not so sure whether one expressed it in a positive light or not, because the impression one got was that they were doing their work, and they were, some of them were quite proficient in what they were doing, but one was dealing with a fait accompli, and so one, in answering questions, had to say, yes, this has happened, and we move on, and we try to address the challenges that ESCOM is having. So I would not specifically be able to say, you know, am I excited? Am I happy about all this? No, it has happened, and we move on.
Well, it might be helpful, Mr. Selaga, if you have got the relevant extract at hand,
Yes, Chair.
to read that to the President so that you refresh his memory.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Mr. President, that is in bundle 5. I have given it to the President.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I think.
Page 123. Page 123.
I'm getting there.
Well, I see the page numbers are the same, whether the red or the black.
Indeed, I can see that.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a very small print.
Very
Yeah,
small
very
print.
small. Did you say, Mr. Selaga, this was on the 18th of March, 2015?
Correct, Chair.
The suspensions happened on the 11th
On the
of
11th.
March.
That's right.
So this would have been 7 days later.
Correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
This is fresh after the suspension. Paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, Mr. President, where you respond to a question. I think of Mr. Singh.
Yes.
Yes. He's specifically talking about these issues, and your response is, yes, we can say, and he's asking whether will there be light at the end of the tunnel. You say, yes, we can say there will be light at the end of the tunnel, as well as we all know. ESCOM faces challenges, but these challenges are being addressed. They are being addressed notwithstanding the fact that the 4 executives have been put on leave of absence for 3 months. It is a leave of absence just for 3 months. An inquiry takes off, and as it happens, it will be done within 3 months, and thereafter, much clearer executive future will be determined. Well, it goes on. I believe that the problem at the leadership level will be addressed, and so on. Yeah.
Well, there's a prior paragraph which I thought you might have wanted to refer to, where Mr. Singh says, Mr. Chairman, that we know, Honorable Deputy President, that you've been handed the poisoned chalice. And the evidence leader is handing me another poisoned chalice. No, I mean, yes, now that you refer me to this, I recollect that they were placed on leave so that the inquiry could happen. And I want to reiterate what I said earlier, that I was not, made privy of the decision to have them either suspended or placed on leave. But it is also as I responded to it here, because I was dealing with a factual situation, fait accompli, as it were.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was Mr. President aware, were you aware that Mr. Matuna, the chief executive, had only been there for about 5 months?
Yes.
You were aware of that?
I was aware of it.
May I ask you, Mr. President, In regard to the election you chose, you mentioned the options you had in your opening speech, which is also dealt with in your affidavit. And the last option, or the option you ultimately chose, was to stay. Yes. Stay within. And I think try to change things from within. Yes. And to the extent, I also get a sense that the intention was offer some resistance. Tell me if I'm correct in that assessment. Offer some resistance to some of activities that are either relating to state capture or corruption. Will that be correct?
Yes, with a view to changing things, yes.
Now, when these things were happening, I want to ask you, pursuant to that election you made, did you consider that you could do anything to find out what's happening? Why are these executives suspended? Why does ESCOM need to have an inquiry, and into what? Because the war room is here, the IMC for energy is also, on energy is also here. I oversee the turnaround of all these SOEs, strategy, exactly what is going on. Did you, pursuant to that election, see it fit to approach matters in that way?
Within the context of everything else that was happening, which context would also lead me to the decision that I then took to go to President Zuma and say, I think we should close the war room, because as these suspensions happened, I suddenly realized that there were just too many initiatives that were all happening at the same time. We had the war room on one side, the IMC on one side. We had what President Zuma was doing on one side.
And the board on
we had the board on one side and all that. To deal with the issue that you raise as a concern, for me, was to say, let's close this war room. Let's have one entry point into ESCOM. Let us even go a little further. Having closed the war room, let the board and the executive also be in charge. And I'm not so sure now of the sequencing, but one of the things I then did when I saw President Zuma was to say, let us appoint Brian Molefe as the CEO of ESCOM, close the war room. And he has proven himself to be quite an effective CEO. And let's give him the responsibility of doing so. Then there will be one entry point, and all of us would then stop what we were trying to do with regard to ESCOM, because it leads to confusion. So that was my take, and the chronology could be synchronized with what I've just said, but that's precisely the view that I took, because I was getting frustrated as well, because this action had now been taken, and there was to be an investigation and so on, and I felt we're messing things up. We're just having too many entry points. Let's have one, and that would be the CEO and the board, and they would be able to address all the challenges.
Do you have any suspicions at that stage, in the light of these suspensions and an inquiry being suggested for ESCOM without you having any prior knowledge? Did you have any suspicions that there must be something untoward here? How can, being deputy president and having been given this assignment to try and oversee the turnaround strategy for ESCOM, not be consulted beforehand to say 4 executives would be suspended all at the same time?
Yeah.
There would be an inquiry into the affairs of ESCOM. I don't know anything. Did this give rise to any suspicion on your part to say maybe there's something untoward going on here, or not really?
It was more frustration, more exasperation and frustration that I had and my immediate staff also had. So that was the issue. And by suspicion, if you think that, did we think that there was something untoward that was of a dark nature? Not at the time. It was just the frustration.
Okay. Mr. Slager.
And Mr. President, in addition to that, I mean, the response to the National Assembly emphasizes that this is a leave, well, you chose the words leave of absence for 3 months. It is leave of absence just for 3 months as the inquiry takes off. And I'm sure you became aware that 3 of them never came back to ESCOM. You did become aware of that fact.
Yes, I did become aware that 3 of them never came back.
Yeah. I told you during the break that ESCOM matters are difficult. They are very complex and intriguing. So if it's difficult to answer some of the questions, it's because they're difficult.
Indeed.
It is. Because the next question is, when you became aware that they didn't come back, I go back to the chairperson's question. Did that bother you? Did that trouble you? If you're not troubled on their suspension, were you troubled or not when you learned that these 3 have been negotiated out of ESCOM?
Yes, I was troubled, and I was not even part of that process of negotiating them out. I recall just the one person who impressed me greatly was the CFO. I later heard that she had moved to another company.
That was Ms. Molefe, I think.
That's Ms. Molefe,
Yeah.
I then had a desire to talk to her, but we never got the chance to sit and chat, and up till today. So I was never part of that whole process of getting them out of the system.
Well, you might not, Mr. President, be hearing all the evidence that comes from this commission. Obviously, nobody would hear everything except myself. Because even the evidence leaders change, so I'm the only one who doesn't change.
Of course, it's your job. I have mine.
It's my job. You might not have had this evidence that was given to this commission. One, that at the Durban meeting that Mr. Selegari told you about, where President Zuma met with certain people, and they were Mr. Dumieni, Mr. Zola Tsotsi, Mr. Linnell, who was a consultant at SAA, a consultant for Mr. Dumieni, and I think 1 or 2 other people. The number of executives that were discussed who would be suspended were 3. Mm-hmm. And they they did not include the financial director, the CFO. That was on the 8th of March. And the evidence that I had is that on the 10th of March, certain ESCOM employees, in particular Ms. Daniels and Mr. Masango, had a meeting at Melrose Arch with Mr. Koko and Mr. Salim Essa. And that at that meeting, that is now 1 day before the day when the board decided to suspend them, the executives. It was at that meeting where they discovered, or they were told, that 4 executives would be suspended. And one of them was the financial director who had been added. Prior to that, she had not featured. And the then Minister of Public Enterprises, Mr. Lynn Brown, was asked to address the board on the 11th of March. That is the morning when the decision was taken to suspend. And she was the first person who introduced into the board the 4th person, namely the financial director, as one of the people who should be suspended. Prior to that, as far as we know from what we have been told, she was not one of those to be suspended. And she was suspended. And the question has arisen, and I've put it to Ms. Lynn Brown, I've put it to other people, is where she got this name from. And the evidence I have is simply that Mr. Salim Essa and Mr. Koko had 4 names and not the 3 names that had been discussed at the Durban meeting. So I'm just mentioning that.
Yeah.
Mr. Selega.
So the capture was quite deep, Mr. President.
All that was unknown to me.
But I'm going to go into what you say was your suggestion, Mr. President, to the former president.
Yes,
for the
indeed.
appointment of Mr. Molefe.
Yes.
But as I do so, let me preface that with this question. What is your comment to the observation that the suspension and ultimate removal of the 3 executives was to pave the way or open a space for the secondment or bringing into ESCOM of people who were sympathetic to the Gupta courts?
Well, I was not alive to that, I must say, because once they had been placed on leave, I was exasperated and felt that we needed to close all the loopholes and not have too many fingers into ESCOM and have just one entry point, and that for me would have been just the appointment of a CEO. So I must say that I was not alive and aware of the appointment or the bringing in of Gupta-linked people. I was just merely looking at it as a clear situation where you want to bring about efficiency into ESCOM. That's all I was looking at.
So you then approached the then president. That is on page 66 of the bundle, where you find the affidavit. You talk about you approaching the former president, Mr. Zuma, and suggested that Molefe should be appointed as CEO of ESCOM. That's page 66, paragraph 131.2. In that paragraph, you talk about Mr. Matona being placed on precautionary suspension, and therefore you went and discussed this with the president or suggested it to the president. So this would have been in 2015 after the suspensions. I want to ask you this question, Mr. President, and I don't know whether this is a coincidence or not. In again, evidence before the Commission, a gentleman from a private company in 2014, Mr. Henk Bester, whose company was in negotiations with Transnet for a contract. He's called to a meeting to meet with Mr. Anod Singh, because in this case, he's complaining about Transnet paying invoices late. And one of the gentlemen who wants to be a subcontractor to their company says, well, why don't you approach Mr. Anod Singh directly? That meeting is ultimately arranged, and it takes place at Melrose Arch. There he meets with Mr. Salim Essa, who seems to be coordinating the meeting. And this one meeting leads to another meeting, and I'm cutting a long story short, leads to another meeting where he's called by Mr. Salim Essa, insisting that Mr. Salim Essa's company should be subcontracted to Mr. Henk Bester's company when they get the deal at Transnet. And in that conversation, Mr. Salim Essa is said to have said to him, we will show you how powerful we are. We have decided that Mr. Brian Molefe is the next boss of Eskom. Wow. The CEO of Eskom. This is in 2014. And he is assured, watch this space, look at the news, it will be reported soon. But then that gets to be reported in 2015. On the 17th of April 2016 by Minister Lynn Brown. So your suggestion must have been a coincidence to the then president. Or were you seeing something no one was seeing, Mr. President?
This is very complex.
It's very complex.
Yes. No, I think it was a coincidence. My approach to President Zuma was a clear proposal on how best we could take or resolve the challenges that Eskom was facing. And for me, it was a choice of Brian Molefe, whom I'd come to know over years as being a very effective, truly effective CEO, who I had also worked with in another state-owned enterprise, and we had worked extremely well together. That was Sasria. When I made the suggestion, I had no clue, no even awareness of all these issues that Mr. Seleka is talking about. It was just purely on the basis of what I knew about his capability, and also addressing another problem which I had, which was my own exasperation about not feeling that I'm making headway because of all these entry points into Eskom, and I felt we needed somebody who is an effective CEO who would be able to just virtually grab Eskom by the scruff of its neck and take it forward in the most effective way. That's what it was all about.
Can I find out, Mr. President, whether your discussion with Mr. Zuma on that occasion, when you mentioned Mr. Brian Molefe's name, whether you came up with this name without him having said anything about Mr. Brian Molefe at all? Are you able to remember whether, from your point of view, it was just a name that you came up with? He had not mentioned anything about the name himself.
Yes, he didn't mention a name. I basically approached him that I think we should close this war room. We've got too many entry points into ESCOM. Let's have one person who will run with this process of repositioning ESCOM. And I also wanted to be disengaged from the whole process. And I then felt that Brian Molefe was the name that would be able to do the work. So he didn't come up with a name, I came up with a name and put it to him.
No, that's interesting because Ms. Lynn Brown also testified that she got the name of Brian Molefe from Mr. Zuma. Yeah. And it may well be, therefore, that Mr. Zuma mentioned that name to her because you had suggested the name to him.
It's possible.
It's possible. Of course, that question arose because part of what the commission was looking at is certain people who were appointed to certain positions. Where did this come from? You know, the idea that so-and-so should be in that entity and should occupy a particular position. Was it coming from people who legitimately could make those suggestions or who had the power to say, let's look at that? Now, with regard to Brian Molefe, apart from what Mr. Selega has mentioned to you, namely that in 2014 already, the evidence that the commission has had is that Mr. Salim Essa had told Mr. Hank Bester that we have already decided that Brian Molefe is going to be the next boss of ESCOM. Of course, at that time, in March 2015, Mr. Brian Molefe was the group CEO of Transnet. Yes. Now, before he got appointed to that position, which happened in 2011, in 2010, December, I think December 6 or 7 or 10, December 2010, the New Age, that newspaper that used to belong to the Guptas, had carried an article which said that, in effect, Mr. Brian Molefe was going to be the next group CEO of Transnet. This was at a time when Mr. Molefe was not even an applicant for that position. And later on, he was nominated by a board member, Mr. Sharma of Transnet. And although in terms of the points scored in the interviews, he was number 2, he was the one that was picked and became group CEO. So 2 times, sources connected with the Guptas said in advance where he was going to go. First, he was going to be the group CEO of Transnet, and he did become group CEO of Transnet. Second, they said he was going to be the next boss of ESCOM, and he did become the next boss of ESCOM. So within this context, one asked the question, where was this coming from? So Ms. Lynn Brown says she got the name from Mr. Zuma. You have said that you mentioned the name to Mr. Zuma.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. On my part, it was largely based on
his track record.
Yeah, his record, what I knew about him when he worked in Treasury. Then later I went to the PIC, and I had worked with him in Sasria when he was still in Treasury, and that was
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. President, is it correct that Minister Lynn Brown most probably unbeknown to her that you had recommended the name to the former president, that she would have consulted with, amongst others, yourself for the secondment of Mr. Brown-Molefe to ESCOM?
I would imagine it did. I don't have a direct recollection of all that. I think within the broad parameters of how we worked, I'm sure it would have happened, but right now I don't have that recollection.
Would then the consideration, suggestion, proposition or consideration for Mr. Molefe to be seconded, would it have followed the process of the ANC Deployment Committee, which is that whoever gets recommended must be a suitable candidate. He must apply and he must meet the requirements. Must be a fit, I think you used the word, must be a fit for the purpose person.
Yeah.
Did that process get to be followed in this case?
Ordinarily, yes, it would have had to be followed, and now we don't have the minutes of the deployment committee at the time as to be able to have that type of recollection. But ordinarily, that's what would have had to happen, because this is a very big state-owned enterprise that has a huge impact on the economy of the country. So that, to answer your question, yes, that would have had to be followed.
Maybe I should ask this question, which is more general. Would it be fair, Mr. President, to work on the basis that when it came to board members and chairpersons of board members of important SOEs such as Transnet, ESCOM, DENEL, SAA, as well as the CEOs, maybe CFOs as well, I'm not sure, but certainly CEOs, would it be fair to say they are, the question of who would fill those positions and who would be appointed would have gone through the deployment committee of the ANC?
Yes and no.
Yeah.
Some did and some did not.
Yes.
Yeah. So
But the expectation would be that it should go through them.
yeah, the expectations would be yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Let me see, so we can try to bring this to a closure, Mr. President.
Thank God.
Still a long way, Mr. President. There are still about, two further evidence leaders.
I know.
Yeah. So that's the track record of Mr. Molefe. He's proposed, you say based on his track record, proposed by yourself, but he doesn't stay long at ESCOM. The announcement is made on the 17th of April 2015 by Minister Lynn Brown, and she says that she has made a decision to second him with immediate effect, which is the reason why I was asking whether did that follow the ANC deployment. She says with immediate effect. And given that this would have been consistent, his secondment would have been consistent with at least your suggestion to the then president. Were you concerned if, when, in November or December 2016, you learned of his resignation from ESCOM?
Well, I think word concerned could be something that may not immediately have entered my...
Maybe what was your reaction to the news?
Well, when I heard that he had resigned, I knew that he was moving elsewhere and that we were going to have another CEO who would be appointed. So concern would not have been a word, is not the word that I would use. And I would say, yes, I noted that this had happened. Yeah.
And were you aware that that happened in the wake of the Public Protector's report
Yes.
and the allegations that had been made connecting Mr. Molefe to the Guptas in
Yes.
that report?
Indeed.
What was your view in regard to that connection? Did that surprise you? Or shall I use the word again, concern, and you can correct it?
I should say that that surprised me because I had never really connected Mr. Molefe in that way with the Gupta family. I had no inkling or knowledge or even suspicion that there was that linkage and connection. So I noted that, and of course, in the fullness of time, that became a real concern, that here was somebody that one held in high regard who was then entangled with a family that had done what it had done to capture the state, as it were. Yeah.
But there were also...
We are at 1 o'clock, Mr. Seleka.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm mentioning that because...
I will take just 2 minutes of your time.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
But there were also widely, at this stage, this is 2016, by this time the Guptas had landed at the Air Force, at the military Air Force, quite widespread reports about their connection to the then president. And you were aware of those reports, media reports, Mr. President?
Of course, yeah.
Let me ask you, Mr. President, did you know the Guptas?
I did deposit or depose to an affidavit.
Yes.
Right at the beginning when I was asked by the commission to detail, as I guess you asked other people, about their knowledge of the Guptas, their interactions with them. And in that I said, yes, I got to meet them. And I haven't read my affidavit again, but my recollection is I met them, I think for the first time. Let me just say I met them soon after we were elected, after the 53rd conference. And it was at a breakfast, and they were there. So I met them. And I did say in my affidavit that I met them again when they came to the ANC headquarters, the Tuli House. And that is when we sat down to chat. And it was at that stage when we also discussed the landing of the plane at Waterkloof Air Force Base. And when I expressed the view about the real difficulties that they had placed President Zuma in and the government by landing the plane, commercial and private plane at a military air base. So that, and I guess one more time at one of the breakfasts. And I remember one time journalists, or it was just either a member of the public who was in the breakfast, he asked me about, what do I say about the Gupta brothers being friends to President Zuma? And I said, well, they are his friends, and that's as far as I know. That's what I said. Yeah.
Chair, may I propose I stop now?
Yeah.
I'll just consider my notes. I might have two or so questions which I can dispose of when we come back, and I'll be brief.
Yeah, okay, no, that's all right. Let's take the lunch adjournment, and we will resume at 2. I just remind all concerned who need to have a discussion about whether we stop at 5 or 4, so to please have that discussion during the lunch break. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
to do a roadshow, which as we started from the Sudan Food
have commended the Chinese government for its guard region has been set to in Kunduz in the north and Lashkar
Six-year-old Heritia Magayane interest. Egyptian
Secretary Blinken earlier on.
Ali Mohammed, he's however comedians in Mandera, Kenya,
Joseph, News to be more involved.
Nigeria's northwestern seized, and in Nigeria, around 1,000 students have been abducted, and a string of
I thought of a question I should have asked you when we were dealing with your suggestion for Mr. Ramaphosa to be appointed. While Mr. Matuna was one of those suspended. And the question is this, whether you were aware that Mr. Matuna was in fact, I'll use the word fighting with ESCOM to come back with the board, to be reinstated to his position. Whether you were aware of that fact.
I heard of it. I was not fully made frontally aware, but I heard that he had wanted to be reinstated.
Yes. And along with that is having encountered him either, you said they were reporting to the IMC, or having encountered him as an executive at ESCOM, did you get exposure to him to the extent that you could formulate a view on his capacity or competence as a CEO of ESCOM?
Mr. Matuna, that is?
Yes.
Yes. No, yes, I should say yes. I did encounter him, and I did get a sense of his competence. But in the end, my own thoughts about him was that whilst he was good and a fairly efficient official, ESCOM was such a huge organization that, in my view, it required someone with more experience who had run a fairly large organization which had so many parts to it and divisions. So, very, very honest individual, hardworking, and the fact that he had not run a large organization of a more or less engineering nature, in my view, meant that there were challenges.
On the day that he was one of those suspended, there is a report he makes to the board on the 11th of March 2015. And that is captured on that page in bundle 5, Chairperson, page 135. Page 135 of bundle 5. And he's reported to have said the CE, which is the chief executive, had developed a turnaround plan which was being updated and put onto a firm foundation. The initial presentation had been used at the board. The minute goes on to say the CE was in the process of engaging labor and trade unions. Staff morale was a serious challenge that was being explored. He stated that the turnaround strategy considered all initiatives and tabled them at the war room for consideration. At the last war room meeting with the deputy president, ESCOM had advised that they had responded to all requests for information from the war room and had requested that management be advised of any gaps.
Call the reports, or rather the provision of information as it is set out here in the document that the technical war room had requested, because the technical war room needed to deal with information that had to be provided by ESCOM itself. And therefore here, as it is set out, they did provide information. And in the end, it needed to be properly assessed and evaluated. And I do recall that the advisory team that I had appointed always had a sense that there was always there were always gaps in the information. They always felt that they didn't get as much information as they wanted. So this, having been assessed, would have led to people like those putting forward their own evaluation and saying this is still missing and that and so on. But when requested, they did make the attempt to present information.
The question, Mr. President, which I was going to ask you is this. Without going into the details of that turnaround strategy, can you recall if that turnaround strategy created in you the impression that this is a man who was now getting to grips with the issue at Eskom, so that when he gets suspended along with others, you would have wondered, but why suspend this man who just not so long ago showed me what he was doing positively to turn around Eskom?
The answer to that would be yes. The plan, however, needed to be properly evaluated. As I said, a number of such plans had been put forward, so it needed to be properly evaluated as to can see whether it is in the end implementable. So one needed to weigh that up with a proper, almost evidence-based evaluation to see if it had the efficacy that it seemed to suggest.
In her affidavit, Ms. Lynn Brown talks about the meeting she had with the former president, Mr. Jacob Zuma, where Mr. Zuma raises with her concerns about information given to the war room by Eskom's executives. I want to know from you, and you can tell the chairperson, whether as the person appointed by the former president to play that strategic role to oversee the turnaround strategy, had he raised those concerns with you as well, that information given to the war room was either inaccurate or incorrect?
No such concern was ever raised with me by former President Jacob Zuma about information that was being provided to the technical war room from Eskom. No.
Did Minister Lynn Brown raise the concerns with you?
No. To my recollection, no.
Okay. Well, this might be an unfair question to you. Who could have possibly, if we accept the information or the version by Ms. Lynn Brown that the concerns were raised with her, who could have possibly informed the former president about matters that I think should have come to your attention before they go to him?
I frankly would not know, which goes back to the issue that I raised, that to refer to it more colloquially, as I did before, I guess, the entry points into Eskom from government side were just far too many. And just to count them again, it was the minister of the minister herself, it was me as deputy president, it was the president, it was the board, it was the IMC, it was the technical war room, and So those were the entry points. So I wouldn't know who the information would have come from. And this is what I found most concerning. And hence I made the proposal that I did. Of course, you have to add the CEO as well and all that to all this, that mixture.
Yes, because that precedes the ultimate suspension of the executives. And then comes the suspensions, which have, the reasons for which have nothing even to do with the inadequacy or otherwise of information given by them to the war room. And then, as I indicated, the observation is that the path was paved for those executives who were sympathetic to the Gupta's cause to be appointed. But with that, you had also the board of ESCOM, which the evidence before the commission shows that to a small or greater extent, those board members of 11 December 2014 had connections with the Guptas or Mr. Essa. And the question, again, Mr. President, is whether the ANC Deployment Committee played a role in the appointment of those board members.
As I indicated earlier, some appointments came to the Deployment Committee, some did not. So I have no recollection about the appointment of those then board members to the Deployment Committee. So some did come, some did not come.
Okay. But would it not be highly unlikely that the appointments of an entire board of such an important entity as ESCOM would escape the attention of the Deployment Committee? Is it not highly unlikely?
We're dealing here with a period where a lot of things were happening without the line of sight of a number of people. So it is that type of situation we are dealing with.
Okay. Mr. Saleo.
Lastly, Mr. President, dealing with Mr. Koko's allegation that your statement that he should be removed by the board, your statement in January 2018, was an interference into ESCOM's affairs. But I'm going to ask a different question. In responding to that, you went into great length to explain why you intervened as a shareholder, and the basis on which you intervened, you refer to the MOI, the provisions of the MOI that entitle you to intervene. And you set out the remedial steps that were taken as a result of responding quite aggressively or forcefully towards executives against whom allegations of corruption were made. And that you were addressing the governance and leadership challenges at ESCOM.
Yeah.
That is in January 2018. Again at the National Assembly, on the 10th of June 2015, bundle ESCOM, not ESCOM bundle, bundle 5, page 153. So it's the same bundle in front of you.
What page did you say?
153.
Okay.
You will see the date of the meeting of the House National Assembly is 10 June 2015. And Mr. President, you start speaking at the bottom of page 152. You see that, Mr. President? It says, Honourable Speaker, as honourable members will know, education is critical if we are to build a fair, equitable and prosperous South Africa. But I want to come to page 153. As we reported in the presidency budget vote debate, notable progress has been made in turning around Eskom. I did say that the appointment of the acting chief executive officer has been a really good shot in the arm of Eskom. SA Airways, SAA, and the SA Post Office are also being turned around. With the support of the war room located in the presidency, progress has been made in the implementation of government's 5-point plan on electricity, particularly as well as the elements of the government support package. And this is my focal point, the next statement. Governance and leadership challenges at Eskom are being addressed as we speak. Now that's 10 June 2015. Mr. President, the executives had been suspended, and at this time they were either gotten rid of, and I would say also being paid harsh money to leave. We were, as it were, the picture at this stage is actually going south at Eskom. And I was wondering, when you're saying governance and leadership challenges at Eskom are being addressed as we speak, whether in fact you were speaking to certain steps that were being taken to address those challenges, and what you perceived or understood those challenges to be in June 2015.
Well, I guess the challenges would have been, yes, at a management level. And also, I guess, maybe stabilizing the board. I don't now recall what we had done in relation to the board. So I don't immediately recall the contextual situation there. But it was 2015, so I think progress seemingly was being made, but as you said yourself, Eskom is very complex. There were a whole number of other balls that were falling through the cracks, either at the operational level, commercial level, and otherwise. So that's what one would have been referring to.
Yes, no. I suppose you will tell the chairperson, why did things go south as they did when the IMC was there to oversee the turnaround?
Well, it's a fairly straightforward issue. The operational issues that have had to do with our SOEs have been very complex. And they've had to do with whether you had the right people in place or not. And at the IMC level, we would only really get involved in the strategic issues more than with the operational issues. And I know that people would at times expect that once you have an IMC, it means that all problems are resolved. But you only really deal with the strategic issues, the areas of focus, but you still need those operational people, your executives and all that, to actually do the work. And with Eskom, it's always proven to be quite a difficult and a complex type of task. And I would say, you know, up till today, it's almost like a day-by-day type of situation. You take 5 steps forward and 2 steps backwards the next day, and you try to move forward. This lapses, and this breaks down, and so it's a complex one. And it's complex because it's such a major operation that has so many components, so many power stations that are aging, that are even the new ones. I mean, we just recently had an explosion at Modupi, which, as you listen to it from a technical point of view, you begin to realize the complexity that, you know, certain things were not done right in terms of opening this opening and that opening, hydrogen coming in and another gas coming out and explosion happening. So those are the complexities. So it's not an easy one, as you said yourself. It's a complex, but it can be done, and I'm confident that it can be turned around, as we are trying to do so right now.
Chair, that concludes my questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Selega. Mr. President, let's go back to the question, to your answer to Mr. Koko's allegation.
Yes.
Which was, as I recall, that you, as Deputy President, interfered in the area that should be dealt with by the board of ESCOM and said he should be fired. Now, there are 2 possibilities. One is that, because as I understood your evidence, you were saying what you said then was justified. There are 2 possibilities. Either you would be saying there's nothing wrong generally with the Deputy President of the country representing the shareholder to say to a board of an SOE, fire that employee, don't keep that employee. Or you would be saying, generally speaking, that's not what the Deputy President should be doing, even representing the shareholder. But in this case, it was done because there were special circumstances which justified it. Which of the 2 is it?
It would be the latter. It would certainly be the latter, because it was exceptional. And we were facing a situation, and I remember very clearly, where I was, I think, departing, going to Europe, to the World Economic Forum. We held a meeting with a number of role players, you know, business and unions and all that. And the view that was expressed was lack of confidence in ESCOM. And it even got worse when the funders of ESCOM also expressed their views, and some more directly to some of us, 1 or 2 of the ministers, including myself, that, and it was put as ESCOM is the biggest risk that the country faces, but at a sovereign level in terms of its debt and all that. So it became such a strong and pointed question with both lenders in the country and lenders outside the country. And it was not a singular or a one person's decision. It was a decision that was taken by, you know, a group of us, the president, myself, and I think the ministers. I think, as I said in my evidence, in my input, we met and we discussed this matter and said, we are facing this risk, and it's got to do with serious doubts in relation to the board as well as to management. And the stories that were going around about at the management level, people implicated in wrongdoing were not positive for Eskom. And so therefore action had to be taken. So it was exceptional, one accepts that. But as the shareholder, we needed to take action. And action that led to the decisions that we finally took. So ordinarily, even a minister or a deputy president should not really get involved in decisions like that. So it was exceptional because it was the country interest that we were looking at more directly, because Eskom had been said to be the biggest risk that we were facing, the country was facing from a sovereign debt point of view.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Silega.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
My colleague, the Sony, will.
Okay. Mr. Soni. Mr. Soni, we'll put questions to you, Mr. President, in regard to PRASA.
Good afternoon to you again, Mr. President.
Good afternoon to you.
Yes, Mr. Soni.
As you please, Chairperson. Mr. President, just sketch the background against which my interaction with you this afternoon is going to go. A fair amount of evidence at the Commission has been led in respect of state capture or the capture of PRASA, and you'll understand why I'm saying that. I'm putting it in those alternative terms. Now, as regards the capture of PRASA, the main witness here is a leader of the ANC, previously occupying a formal position in the ANC, namely Mr. Popo Molefe. And he came and gave evidence here about his tenure as the chairperson of the Board of Control of PRASA from 2014 to 2017. And what emerges from his evidence is this, that he was one of the few people who had political influence, who tried to use his influence to turn PRASA around from being captured. And he said in his evidence what he tried to do. He tried to explain why all his efforts failed. Now, that is, in fact, the main issue I want to raise with you. The other significant issue that I want to raise with you is the failure to appoint a board for a period of more than 3 years until the High Court in Cape Town virtually last year forced the minister to appoint a board, or directed the minister to appoint a board. And then the failure to appoint a CEO for more than 5 years. And this is in respect of an SOE that it was clear in the public eye was floundering and in serious trouble, in need of leadership at both board and CEO level. But the value of Mr. Molefe's evidence, Mr. President, is this, that when one looks at what his board did, whether they were successful or not, what is quite clear is that his board, when it tried to do something, was in fact made, as he called it, dysfunctional. Its term of office was allowed to run to an end, and for 3.5 years, no board was appointed. Now, the questions that he asked the chairperson to consider is, please join the dots and see if there is method in this madness. That's part of what I want to exchange with you, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, in order to make these matters familiar to you, a set of documents relating to PROSA was given in the bundle. I do not know if you've had an opportunity to just familiarize yourself with that bundle.
Advanced.
Okay. Well, at least you're aware of the nature of the issues. Okay. Now, I don't necessarily want to refer to the documents. I've tried to encapsulate in what I'm going to put to you what is contained in the documents, but should you need a reference to it, I will give it to you. Now, just in general in regard to, and when I say Mr. Molefe, I'm going to distinguish, because I know we've been talking about a different Molefe a few minutes ago. I'm going to say Mr. Mpopo Molefe, and I think he deserves that distinction to be drawn from the other Molefes. Now, Mr. Molefe makes allegations during the course, or made allegations during the course of his evidence, to 3 entities or groups of people who can be categorized as follows. Those who did nothing against state capture at PROSA when they should have. Secondly, those who appeared to side with the capturers, and then those who refused and continue to refuse to act, notwithstanding their being under a constitutional and statutory duty to do so. Now, I don't know if it's any comfort to you, but to the extent that he refers to you, you would belong to the first category, namely, he approached you about certain things, and you as part of the top 6 did nothing about it. I'm going to then, having prefaced this, introduce the aspect of Mr. Molefe's evidence dealing with you in your capacity as a member of the top 6 with whom he had a meeting. He had a meeting, he says, sometime in July or August 2015. He can't remember the date. And I ask you if you recall such a meeting facilitated by the ANC's then treasurer, Mr. Zweli Mkhize.
Yes, I do recall.
So, this is the approach I'm going to use, Mr. President, and I do it out of no disrespect. I just to shorten it and get to the nub of things, because what emerged from questions that the chairperson, and I want to take us there as soon as possible, raised during the period Mr. Molefe gave evidence, is that certain concerns were raised by the inaction of the top 6 So I want to get through, just paint the facts, have agreement on that, and then the explanations will, I hope, take the major part of the afternoon. Now, he says the meeting took place against the following background. Firstly, there were a series of public attacks on Mr. Molefe and his board by Mr. Montana, Lucky Montana, the then CEO of PRASA, who was on his way out. It says, at that time too, there were concerns relating to the findings, very adverse findings, that the then public protector, Ms. Tuli Madonsela, had made against especially Mr. Montana and PRASA as a whole, and the maladministration there, and against the other important issue, which is, I suspect, the reason that Dr. Mkhize wanted this meeting, is a confession from a beneficiary of a 3.5 billion rand contract, locomotive contract, who had told Mr. Molefe that after he had been encouraged to tender for this in an area that he doesn't practice in, he was asked to donate or give money to people, a sum of about 79 million rand, for that money to be diverted to the ANC. That's the confession that Mr. Molefe received. And it is in that total context that this meeting took place. Now, I just need to ask you, are you aware of these three matters I've as being part of the background to that meeting?
My recollection may be challenged. However, I clearly recollect, I have a clear recollection of Popo Molefe asking to meet the top six, which meeting did take place. I have a recollection of him raising the challenges that they were having, or he was having, which he articulated as acts of corruption at PRASA. I do recall that. I also do recall him mentioning the attacks against the board and him by Mr. Montana. I have no immediate recollection of this 79 million rand donation that was mentioned. I have no recollection of that. But the two certainly I have a recollection of. Yes.
Now, I suppose in a sense the reason he approached the top six was to deal with, seeking some guidance or assistance how to deal with the issues at PRASA. Now, this is what he said. He said that when he approached you, and we should get this, I say he met the top six, but he made the point that the chairperson of the ANC, Ms. Leka Mbete, was not present at the meeting, so it was effectively 5 members of the top six. Yes. I didn't want to create a new structure. I think the ANC has enough of them. Anyway, he says that this is what he said to the members that he met, the senior members. He said, you are the ruling party, meaning the ANC. SOEs are governed by laws, and you, as the ruling party, are the custodians of the Constitution and accordingly custodians of the law. He says, the ANC leadership approved his appointment as the chair of the board. It in effect deployed him to be the chair of the board. But the board, he said, was being subjected to these attacks. And he regretted the fact, and he pointed this out to the senior leaders, that they had stood by silently while this attack was going on by an institution, in a sense, to which he had been deployed. And he says he was informing you that he had been quiet all this time, but he was now going to act by using the applicable laws like the PFMA, because the board has fiduciary responsibilities to deal with corruption at Rasa. Now, just as a general proposition, Mr. President, does that accord with your recollection of what Mr. Molefe said to you at that meeting?
Yes, Chairperson, it does accord with what he articulated to us. And in articulating that position that he felt he should take, he received nothing else but support, because we formed the view that he needed to use the various processes and structures that are given rise to by legislation to deal with these matters. And I guess you're going to go to the second issue, which I would also like to respond to and like to expand a little bit more. Yes.
But in general, I mean, what he has said in his evidence is correct. You want to add other issues that come
Yes.
up. Before you do that, though, can I say that what he also said, because he was probed on this, and he said that he was deeply concerned because the Public Protector's interim report was now available to him, and they made some damning findings against Mr. Montana, some of them not complimentary at all. For example, that Mr. Montana would not cooperate, would hide documents from the Public Protector, a constitutional institution, and he was required to assist her to finalize the report, which had already taken 4 years. Because of this sort of resistance to cooperation from Mr. Montana. And many employees were being dismissed or suspended without due process, which is one of the findings of the Public Protector. And he wanted to put a stop to that. But he also says that the Public Protector's report reflected that the amounts involved in some of the maladministration were not quite small. One of them involving an entity called Siangena on the Public Protector's report was amounted to 1.9 million rand. And just to take the process forward, the High Court found earlier this year that that contract was invalid, and by that time it had blown to 2.8 billion rand. So that's the other one. And then the third one is the Swifambo contract, and this is the one where I was saying that 79 million rand had been paid to the ANC. And he says that this was not rumors he'd heard. He heard this from the person who had been the beneficiary of the contract, who was afraid that there were investigations, and he didn't want his entire business to fall as a result of that. Now, against that background, he said something that I suppose must be said in public. He says that he told the leadership, "You are doing nothing because you wanted to see if Montana's campaign would lead to the defeat or the collapse of the board." That's what he says he told Top Six. I say all of this because it's quite clear that one leader, and I can say this because he was the first premier of the Northwest. That's the accord that the organization gave him. This is one leader now saying, but this is what effectively you are doing. You want the board to collapse. That's why you are not interfering. Can you recall if it happened, the meeting transpired in that fashion?
You have painted quite a picture which not fully, in agreement with, because when Mr. Popo Molefe came, it was like, this is what is happening to me as the chair of the board, being attacked, and the board as well. This is the decision that I've come to. I'm now going to use the PFMA to ward off this attacks, unwarranted, he said. And on that, we agreed, but he also did raise the issue of things that were happening at PRASA, and wanted us to act, to deal with some of those issues. And I don't know whether he recalls this, but one of the things that we did say is that just as you now are saying you'll use the PFMA Act, those things that are wrong, that are being done at the PRASA level, should also be subjected to the right structures and authorities and laws and processes, so that they can, one, be investigated, two, be dealt with, and there can be proper accountability. And this is like a standing position, and which was also confirmed by one of our conferences, that to the extent that there is a type of malfeasance which is reported to the structures of the ANC, there must be active follow-through through the various structures of the state, because the ANC, and indeed its various officials, Secretary General or otherwise, they do not have the power, the capability themselves to be able to do anything about these matters. We must rely on our state agencies to be able to do this, and therefore all these matters must be reported to those agencies so that something can be done about them. And sometimes some of these things come across said, and sometimes they are contested. And if they are, the best institutions to deal with them are those institutions that have been set up to follow these matters through without prejudice with a great deal of fairness and a great deal of investigative powers. And that is what was communicated to him. I don't know if he recalls that. So what we expected, therefore, was that the very positive thing that Mr. Molefe said is that I'm going to utilize the PFMA process, which is great because that basically means that you're pressing a button and setting certain processes in motion at government level and for investigative processes, and similarly on these others. I must dispute this notion that the top 6 would have done nothing about all this so that the board can be collapsed. I must dispute that because to me that is the realm of dark arts. It's too dark and too deliberate. And how could an ANC deliberately say that we will not do anything because we want the board to collapse? To me, it's inconceivable. It's there is some measure of evil behind it, and I don't believe that that would have been something that would have been intentionally done by the ANC. And I guess maybe he reaches a conclusion on his own in that regard, and I have never really had that articulation, because I would never imagine that any one of the top 6 would have that. And I suppose maybe it's a perception, it's a conclusion that one reaches, that you are not helping me because you want this entity to collapse or whatever. To me, that's dark arts.
Of course, Mr. President, you are aware, as we all are, that when it comes to the issues of state capture, there is a proposition that good public servants, good people who were dedicated to their job, wanted to do their job honestly and properly, were sometimes pushed out to make way for others who would be put into their positions, who would cooperate with those who were pursuing the agenda of state capture. And I suspect you accept that may be so, generally speaking. What you are saying is you don't think that that would have been the case with the top 6.
What you are saying and suggesting may well be the case, and I'm not disputing that it did not happen.
Yes.
But certainly on this one.
Yes. Yes.
Having been part of the then top 6.
Yes.
It is highly improbable, highly inconceivable that we could have hung Popo Molefe out to dry so that the board can collapse. To me, that could never happen. It would have meant that we had a bit of a herd mentality, all of us, that this is now what we decide should be done. Let's collapse this board and let's hang Popo Molefe out to dry, let him sink himself. It could never have been, never.
Mr. Soni?
As you please. Mr. President, I just want to ask one question in relation to, we know who wasn't there. Can I accept that former President Zuma was at that meeting?
Yes.
And you'll understand the relevance of this in a little while. I just wanted to get that out of the way. Now, this is what Mr. Molefe said the reaction of the top six was, which is one of the reasons his evidence on this issue took a little more time than it ordinarily would have. He said the reaction of the five leaders was as follows. We were not expecting this. We are going to have another meeting. You have not given us enough time to think about the issues you are raising. This is what he says was the reaction. Is his recollection correct?
Could well be, but on the issue of the PFMA, very, very clear response. But as I recollect, it was also about him as the chairperson of the board having sufficient power, even sufficient capability to do something about this. Because if you are chairperson of an entity, you've been given the wherewithal to be able to act. Various structures of your board, it's either the audit committee, the risk committee, your HR committee, and if not, then your criminal justice system entities. So you do have the capability. And what did surprise me a bit was, why would he seek our permission?
Well, as I recall, his evidence, Mr. President, he was not seeking your permission.
Okay.
I think he said, and Mr. Soni will tell me if my recollection is not correct, what he said was that he wanted to get your support as the top six because of the challenges he found at PRASA, basically about corruption. And my recollection is that, unfortunately, he did not get that support because certainly my recollection is that on his evidence, it was like the matter would be looked at sometime in the future, and he said nobody, including you, Mr. President, came back to him to say, you know, that problem that you raised, we want to look at it, or how are you doing? He said nobody ever came back to him. So, but he said he came to seek your support because he believed that he had been deployed there by the party.
I find that a bit disingenuous for a person who's been clothed with all the powers of a position to then say, I felt powerless. And the support that he sought on the issue of a PFMA was a given. And he said, this is what I'm now going to do because I'm being subjected to these attacks. I am going to use the PFMA. And we said, go ahead. And I find it disingenuous that someone who's a chair of an entity would then say, I am powerless and I need your full and total support. And when he would and should have known that it would be there anyway. And so the question is, he should have gone ahead. He's the chair of the board. When you are chair of the board and you find there's malfeasance, your audit committee must act. Your risk committee must act. And if it affects your CEO, CFO, your HR committee must act. If not, then you use other state agencies.
Well, Mr. President, let me say this. the PRASA issue is a depressing issue. I've had a lot of evidence. It is a depressing issue. One of the things I don't understand is how it was possible that for something like 5 years, there would be no CEO, permanent CEO appointed. And I asked myself the question, well, the minister responsible was aware of this situation. He ought to have been reporting to either the president or the cabinet. And I think I did specifically ask him the question, and I think she said that is Minister Tipuo Peters. She used to make reports. I can't remember whether I said cabinet or president or both, but I seem to think she may have said cabinet as well, apart from the president. How this situation in such an important entity, state-owned entity, could be allowed to just continue. How was this entity supposed to be successful when it had no leader, permanent leader? At some stage, the board, actually, Mr. Popo Molefe's board, as I recall, had acted diligently in recruiting a CEO and presented a recommended or preferred candidate to the minister, Ms. Tipuo Peters. And the candidate was not appointed. When we asked her questions about that here, quite frankly, her explanations left much to be desired. She gave explanations that are difficult to understand. They leave you with the question, but how was it possible? Was she not reporting to the president to say, this is the situation with PRASA?